Green. Looks like they are in. It doesn't look like the jury is in session yet, but let's go ahead and share the screen. I felt so lost on Monday morning. I woke up before the alarm went off, or the alarm would have gone off, and there was no court. And so I was a little disappointed, and we had somebody who tuned in yesterday, but no court. Oh, looks like we've got to turn up the sound now.
If that was something that would keep her out for a while, that would be the only thing. But obviously she's not here and not feeling well, so that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you're going to tell the jury, day 21, yes. And we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while, so we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam Jury Coordinator, what?
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick?
Yes.
We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday, probably late day Friday. And then I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
all right.
And Your Honor, of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Ms. Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from the juror?
Yes.
Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Yes, down in general session, she took a message and they said they weren't feeling good this weekend and that he has a doctor's appointment this morning.
All right. So it's the same as the other juror who ended up in the emergency room, and we replaced that juror. So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. Out of the three, we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Let's see who we have. Tell us who it is. Juror number.
Juror number 530.
You know who that is. All right, 530 will become part of the panel. Secondly, 2 to 3 days, emails concerning a social media post, Mr. Griffin, commenting upon witnesses' testimony and of the investigation by the state. And in a Twitter feed this morning. Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted the article that's in the newspaper.
We had retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you. We had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So
Retweet the article, no question about it.
I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and whereas the rule does not specifically state that that lawyers are prohibited from criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Keinert, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public, or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Understand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, you may bring the jury.
So quickly before the jury gets in, the defense says they expect to rest Friday. So that might mean they have closing arguments on Monday, or maybe we have it going to the jury Friday. It's hard to say. Of course, that's subject to the length of cross-examinations, and I guess the state might have some
Good
rebuttal.
morning. Day number 21. Now the defense's case. As you all might know, one juror is missing, absent, and that juror has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 530. Juror number 530, nod, 530. All right, juror number 530, you're one of the first 12 now. Participating member of the regular jury panel. And we'll press on with our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition, but it's understandable the longer this case goes. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., Murdaugh. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where were you born? Where were you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits,
Yes,
the
sir.
town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? What did you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every little league team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors mostly, hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right. Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing up?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one. And then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
Right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
yes, sir.
You remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Eddystone?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Eddystone?
Very frequently during the summertime, almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school or
Yes.
school? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college,
Okay.
which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay. So sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part
That's right.
because of the hurricane damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah. So the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres, and a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that. But a big portion of it is has road systems and everything. And it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other. And, we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
What type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
everything, deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And so we can get more to this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. We plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we, would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did shotguns,
Do you have 12 gauge shotguns?
12 gauge shotguns, 20 gauge shotguns, 16 gauge shotguns, 28 gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart used that day, left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else. And sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And we say black and tan. What part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock maybe?
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence, Paul was using 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion and the jury has seen a 12-gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized. So it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And why does your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy and in the box it came with a sticker and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way that's your gun.
That's right.
I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point,
Okay.
just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss, and the turkey goes running away. And I try to shoot it again. I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
And that's something you commonly did.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir. I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock, steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns. And that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance. And that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it. And those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox. And also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
The in 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At a stay.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or,
I was down at Edison a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and Moselle,
Yes, sir.
and you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
in Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then once school got out, do you know where Paul relocated to? Anywhere?
No, not exactly. I know that. I mean, I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Ogatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
Right.
stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart.
And for what purpose?
For my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, he was.
What kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I think.
Yes, sir. It's what grandchildren called him.
Everybody-
Well, it started as grandchildren calling him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby.
Yes, sir.
And they lived close by, is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Almeda.
And in relation to, I guess, Hampton, where's Almeda?
So straight down 278, like you're going to Yemisi.
Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And roughly how far of a drive would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20.
And
25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. Get out everybody, rent a big house, meet up on the water on the weekends. Just a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so, I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
Okay. And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So you had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
And the families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichessie.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichessie River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like a ordinary afternoon visit, parking, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, a dining table. It's got a TV in there. And then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Okay. Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence.
Five, 24 seconds.
24, I believe it is. Page 38.
Correct.
Yes. And that's page 38.
Yes.
So Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them? They seem to be connected right here on the far right.
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos, which are exhibits 130 to 136. And I'll ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about off the back corner of the house in Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right. And if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you. So you normally call and say like, "Hey, I'm at the front. I need to, let in." And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to the. It's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm going to show you exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug. So, Your Honor, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where? So Buster, step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish, or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah.
Objection.
Where would you park in
Leading.
relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was. Now, hang on, Buster. I'm sorry. Come back. What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. You pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here. Lester, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
That's it's an old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please. Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I want to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudovsky extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So, Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts just at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says, Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says, Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. Do you see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 1:41, please, Doug, at 1:41:33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex, not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right. And page 16 at 1:55:40. If you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug. Says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alec Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah, so this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot. And I was up in Rock Hill and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal
Yeah, just,
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh,
that's right.
talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
If you go to page 24, Doug. At 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42, your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right. And then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call. Buster answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay. And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. Pull that up. Thank you. So this entry says Alec Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir. He would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then if we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 9:08:58. And it says, I miss Maggie Murdaugh said in quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 9:08:58. And then at 9:10:47, there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster. And it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't know the door to anything else. I was reacting to hearsay.
Yes, sir.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to.
Hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal?
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would. Yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You can take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock. We did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay. Well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but yeah, he's working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was
Okay.
on his P's and Q's.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was
probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right. Alan, excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills. But I mean, I've never heard anything, just, apologetic and,
Right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular, kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it, stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
Right.
like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that.
Once
It's not
you're,
really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right.
any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir. He would.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. Just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, in a bar and, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The what was your mother's reaction to all the negativity surrounding the boating accident?
It it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton, just thought that there was a real, kind of a bad kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like you go, she
Right.
felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shop?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
No response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
Overrule the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident?
That's correct.
Buster, I want to now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiwi with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends.
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to show you. No, this is I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 123. And I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is, please.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move Defendant's Exhibit 123 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. I want you to take a look at that.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
And was that, your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know if you don't.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day.
That's right.
Okay.
27th, maybe.
Then the following weekend there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
Regional.
a regional?
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us. And when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there. Lee Cope was there. Mark Ball was there. Austin Crosby was there. William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
Sure.
what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Almeda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What'd you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the, I don't know. Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like it's like wooden shelves up on the wall. And I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but I mean, certainly could have happened.
When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
Yes, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I mean, I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just
Did
go back.
Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Yeah, Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Alameda back?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and t-shirts and stuff.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
No, every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. You remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Now, and you call it Greenfield, that's the name of his hunting
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield,
Yeah.
couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very.
by, close by.
Yeah, right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday.
Yes, sir.
And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather. I'm
Grandfather.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you went did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed things we are objecting on a hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not introducing 129 and offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection. That's the extent.
All right.
But it's for ID. But I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, I want to ask you that Defendant's Exhibit 129 marked for identification purposes refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, refresh your recollection, when did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th and through the Kiwi trip. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to,
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
Your Honor, offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection is sustained.
Did you take any security precautions?
no,
Did you want any security protection?
no, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that. And I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what it marks as Defendant's Exhibit 126 and ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release about the reward.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 to evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug? And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, it can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the.
Yeah, do you remember your dad going
Yes,
off
sir.
to detox, road shot shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. The jury before he went off to detox, where his clothes were, how many different locations he had clothes?
So had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi or
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
you have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
You have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None,
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
none.
I'm gonna, Doug, you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Your Honor, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Did your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
And you can take that down, Doug. Sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in in 2021?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Okay. Do you know if you were in was there a house that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom house right there.
And did your dad stay there?
He did.
I don't know if we mentioned that as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything? Where you get ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present.
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad, to your knowledge?
Yes. earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
You're on, like, pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sit back and days. It's so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check to see what I left out. Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did you
Yes,
know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out and you've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it, make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay.
Buster Murdaugh's testimony wasn't so much trying to say, my father would never have done this. It's more watering down all the speculation, all the theories, everything, all the innuendos, all the bad evidence that was put forward by the prosecution. Was it credible? Was it believable for you? What do you think it made any lasting impression?
Jesse, good to be with you. I thought his testimony was credible. I mean, he admitted when he didn't know things, and that was important because if he knew everything about everything, then he would look like a liar. I clearly is there to support his father, and I think that in itself is important for the jury because when they see a victim, because make no mistake, Buster is a victim here, having his father's back, that means something. Also, he got to the fact that there were people out there who were enemies of his family. That's why he said, yeah, he was warned and he was asked if he wanted protection, and because his family had lots of enemies. So that waters down the potential motive. It expands the list of people who could have committed this horrific crime. And then he got to the recording about they did him wrong or I did him wrong. And he said, no, it was they. And it wasn't the first time he had heard his father say they. Personally, I didn't think that recording was a big deal to begin with. Yeah, because that could have meant a lot of different things. So in the end, I don't think this moves the needle a whole lot. It's helpful for the defense, but not a big deal.
Well, one of the things that he also did, there was that whole big testimony of Blanca Simpson, who was the housekeeper, right? And she testified that Alec Murdaugh told her that he was worried about that Snapchat video and almost tried to get her to say, hey, I was wearing that Vinnie Vine shirt, but you heard from Buster Murdaugh that Alec Murdaugh would never wear Vinnie Vines. And so the question now that we're left with, was Blanca Simpson telling the truth? Was she confused? And I think what they tried to do, obviously they didn't ask Buster, hey, is that your father's voice on the kennel video? They tried to, it seems, really hit upon other key pieces of evidence put forward by the prosecution, including, why was there a puddle by the shower? Well, it's maybe because they all showered afterwards at Moselle. Again, you say it didn't maybe move the needle, but do you think it maybe left the jury with pause with respect to some of the things they heard in the prosecution's case?
All great points, Jesse. And that's what good defense lawyers do. They go for the weak points of the prosecution's case, and they try to exploit some ambiguities. Notice they didn't go to the strongest part of the prosecution's case, the fact that Alec Murdaugh's voice is on the video from the kennel. That is, to me, the most powerful bit of evidence that he was the murderer because he was there. He lied about it. They didn't ask him about that. That would have been really important. Instead, they went to the vulnerabilities, the puddle, the testimony of the caretaker, that she may have had some faulty memories, but that happens. That's real life. So yeah, this was good defense work. The witnesses seems to be credible, but in the end, I still don't think it's a huge deal.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll analyze a little bit more of Buster Murdaugh's testimony as we wait to jump back live in that courtroom. Stay with us.
Okay, we've got a commercial break coming. Let's see. What videos do I have? Let's see. I've got. Oh, where did it go? Oh, the Stephen Smith video is 25 minutes long, so we're going to need to save that one for lunchtime. Let's see. What other ones do we... Let's see. We've got one of family of Alex Murdaugh's deceased housekeeper breaks their silence. Let's pull that one up. It's
worked hard at what she did, and she loved what she did. She took honor in the job that she did.
Gloria Satterfield was the Murdaugh family's longtime housekeeper. Her sister Ginger told me the families were close.
We thought of them as an extended family also because Gloria did.
In February 2018, Gloria stopped by the Murdaugh home and there was an accident.
What were you told about what had happened?
Just that she had fell, that she was tripped by the dogs, and that they thought she had a head injury because they saw blood. And that was about it until we got to the hospital.
Gloria languished in ICU for 21 days. Ginger will always remember the last one.
I just said, Gloria, I'll be back tomorrow, and I love you. And she told me, love you too. That's the last words I heard her say.
At her funeral 2 days later, Gloria's son Tony says Alec Murdaugh pulled him aside and said he would make sure Tony and his brother got an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I?
He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of because he loved Gloria that much.
But 3 years went by and nothing seemed to be happening. No money came their way.
And I says, you know, something's fishy about this thing. And I said, I just don't think these boys are going to get what they deserve, what's, you know, due to them.
Then came the shocking news of the murders in the Murdaugh family. Buried in the slew of news articles was a mention of the housekeeper's death and a $500,000 settlement that had gone to her children. That was news to the family.
How much money did the family get after Gloria died?
Zero.
Not a dime.
Not a dime.
They hired lawyers to investigate and discovered something startling. The actual insurance settlement for Gloria Satterfield's death totaled $4.3 million.
Where did all the money go?
We're still tracing where the money actually landed, but it is impossible to burn that kind of money in Hampton, South Carolina.
On October 14th, Alec Murdaugh was arrested, charged with obtaining property by false pretenses in connection with that $4 million settlement. He has not yet entered a plea. But the crime that landed this family in national headlines, the murder of Murdaugh's wife and son, remains unsolved.
So that's just one part of the Murdaugh saga. I mean, you've got 5 bodies that can be attached, albeit in some cases loosely, can be attached to either Alec Murdaugh directly or a member of his family over the last 6 years. And Gloria Satterfield's, unfortunately, Gloria Satterfield is just one of those.
And those
deaths.
2 boys,
for them.
there's their mother, when she passed, they were left alone.
Left alone, and again, Alec Murdaugh pulls one of them aside and says on the day of the funeral, "Hey, we've been family for so long, I'm going to take care of you." Well, they never got a dime. And then it's revealed a few weeks ago that not only was there insurance money, there was about $4.3 million worth of insurance money.
Oh, my word.
So anyway, we'll have more tonight. It's a story with so many twists. We're going to bring you all of them, the latest on the investigation and more of our.
Okay, let's see. I think we've got the person who is the court observer. So let's go over to law and crime. Oops.
So bad. Was it exactly the testimony you were expecting? Because I'll tell you, one of the things that I thought was going to happen, but now I can understand why the defense didn't do this, is I thought they were going to ask, tell us a little bit more about your father's relationship with your mother. Tell us how he felt about Paul, to try to suggest that there was no possible way he would have done this. I guess the reason they chose not to do it is maybe not make him look like he's biased in any way. He is his son. But what did you think? Is it exactly the testimony you expected?
Kind of. I mean, I guess you don't want to have too much to have the state cross him on. But I do think just this was really confirming things we've already heard, which was normalcy for the Murdaughs, and as far as the guns and things like that. So I think just a very generalized, yes, this is how we did things. And, it just adds credibility to what they put out there about how the family does things, operates, contacts each other all day.
What about that blue seafoam shirt? I mean, that was a point. Different areas of his testimony kind of reflected on that. Anything you think the jury might be thinking about the significance of that shirt or where the shirt is?
Yeah, I mean, that's always one of the big questions we all have, which is where are all these clothes, where are the guns and that kind of thing. I think the jury's got a lot of bigger questions about that Snapchat video, which is how can you not remember taking that ride with your son? He wasn't sure when that was taken. So, there's just a lot. I think that this jury is going to need answered, and the defense hopefully will try to do that. The big question is, do we put Alec on the stand? What do you think, Jesse?
Well, I'll get to that in one second. I thought it was interesting that his clothes are everywhere, right? So they're at Moselle, they're at Greenfield, they're at they're at different people's places. And so, maybe investigators didn't thoroughly search. Do I think Alec Murdaugh is going to take the stand? Probably not. There's obviously a possibility. He might think he has nothing to lose at this point. I think that if he does that, he's going to place a lot of questions that may make it difficult for him to do that. And ultimately, every time he spoke in this case, it got him into trouble. But then again, he might think he adds something to it for the jury to consider. Before we even get to Alec on the stand, we know that Buster's going to be back on. We know the prosecution is going to cross-examine him. Any idea about where you think they might go?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that while he's testifying. I think maybe probably the best way that they could do it is just to say you weren't living at home during this time full time. So maybe just attack what he knew as normal before he grew up and got out, as opposed to right around the timelines of the murder. Maybe he didn't know everything that was going on. Other than that, I thought it's been just confirmation of things that we've learned. I don't see too many areas they could really go in and attack.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know you have to jump back into the courtroom. I know you don't want to miss a moment of that. So Gigi McKelvey, thank you so much. I'm going to bring back in Dave Arenberg to talk a little bit more about this. So Dave, the reason I guess, were you surprised that they didn't ask him anything about, well, what was the relationship between Alec, your father, and your mother, and your father and Paul? Because I think one of the things that needs to really be exploited, and we kind of heard it from the defense, is he loved his son. He loved his wife. There would be nothing to indicate a family that seemingly had no violence. You heard Buster say that he would brutally murder them. And yet that wasn't really explored. Why do you think that was?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. I think I would have gone further into that, because that is the heart of the defense. It's that what possible motive would justify slaughtering, not just killing, but butchering your son and your wife. And sadly, we've seen a lot of domestic violence cases where a husband kills his spouse, but rarely do you see a father murder his son, especially one with a good relationship. So I would have gone more into that. I hear what Gigi said. I guess they didn't want to make this witness look biased, but I would have gone into that because that is the heart of the defense.
Yeah.
By the way, kudos to Gigi. She took my side and also said that Buster's testimony didn't totally move the needle. Not a big deal for the state. So
I get why they called him. I don't blame them for calling him. I'm curious to see how this cross-examination goes and whether or not it's going to actually, demolish what he helped the defense do, even that limited capacity. But in the meantime, let's actually go back to some of Buster on the stand in case you missed it. Let's check it out.
And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
So Dave, that's the moment when he talks about finding out what happened to his family. The fact that he is the defendant's son, just him taking the stand, what impact is that going to have on the jury? Because he wasn't called by the prosecution. He was called by the defense, and the jury has to take note of that. Even if he doesn't come out and say, I 100% don't think my father did this, I support him 100%, they have to feel that's what the case is.
Yeah, and Jesse, that's why the defense had Buster and other family members sitting right behind Alec Murdaugh during the trial. They wanted to humanize, and they wanted to show that the family still supports this guy, this sociopath. And yes, I called him that because of all of his conduct, not just here, but yet his family supports him and believes in him, and he'll even testify on the stand under oath. And that in itself is important. It's powerful. And we'll see if it swings a jury. But remember, it doesn't have to swing all the jurors, just one, and then it's a hung jury. So that's why being a prosecutor is so difficult. You got to convince 12 jurors beyond any reasonable doubt, or else it's a hung jury or an acquittal.
I'll tell you one of the most surprising things of his testimony, he didn't know his father's birthday. And look, maybe a lot of people don't, but they know their father's birthdays. But for a family this close, who's talking to each other every day and seemed to have a very close relationship. That was a surprise to me. Anyway, we'll take a break.
That's a great point, by the way. I've
Yeah.
never met anyone who didn't know his father's birthday. I don't know anyone like that. That is unusual.
It's funny you should say that. I'm having conversations with our producers, and a lot of people know people who don't know their father's birthday. So I don't know. This was news to me. But apparently so close to the family, didn't know it. That was a little bit of a shocker to me. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll jump live in court. Stay with us.
Okay, during this commercial break, we'll see if I can remember my dad's birthday accurately. I think it's September 24th or September 26th. And I think I'm going with the 24th. So let's see if I'm right. Yep. Come on. Oh, I didn't put his birthday in there. I just put September. I'm terrible. I should know my dad's birthday. Well, I know it is one or the other. Oh dear, that's a terrible thing to say, Samantha. Oh, my little brother was like Don Will's hair that was that red, and one of my nephews. Oh, poor guy. Indiana. Mine was the same color until my late teens when it went more auburn. Oh, auburn's a nice shade. I once tinted my hair kind of a strawberry blonde. Back when I had my Princess Diana haircut. Oh boy, was that a while ago. Looks like we should be going back to court any time. Oh dear, that's a problem. Yeah, you can't always pick your family. On the whole, mine aren't that bad. Back when I was a kid, I was horribly embarrassed by them. But then, isn't that normal for a teenager? I didn't want anybody coming and coming to my house because I was afraid if they met my family, they'd think they were really weird and wouldn't like me. But then my family were characters, so. Never been charged that you know. Okay. Well, sadly, that's too frequently the case. I mean, how many times do they victimize somebody before they get caught? I mean, it's kind of like people speeding. So, let's see, what other videos do we have? Oh, you've got court back.
Please be seated.
You may bring the jury. Thank you. Cross-examination. Yes, sir.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm done. And I want to first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother.
Sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry about his mother,
If you step back a little bit, I can hear you.
and I'm sorry about your brother,
Thank you.
and I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant sister. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance,
Yes, sir.
but there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or
Yeah.
entrance exit.
Yes, sir. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance.
Yes, sir.
The kennel entrance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I'm more so tended to use the main one, the one that I say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance
Mm-hmm.
and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
And just from that Y, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Almeda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Almeda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean,
How
anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
fair enough.
But I mean, it's a 10 minute, 12-minute drive out to Almeda, I would think, from the law firm.
I think, Mr. Duck, could you bring up 131? Can I ask him to do that? Sure. I know Mr. Harper can expose this. Mr. Griffin's witness. Sure. So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look, no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point,
You might want to come down here if you don't mind. Just the jury.
There's a road running down there.
So if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So it'd be closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to
pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out.
But there was a driveway and paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
Couple days ago.
A couple of days ago? Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay. And then that would have been after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess. I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention, or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
And I think you keep forgetting I'm on cross. You testified that how many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, Buster.
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean, I've been out there with him several times.
And, would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around. Please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall
I guess.
Yeah, I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
And you called then also right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I would just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Okay. Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir. She was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me.
Yes. Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th is what you told in one of the interviews.
Sure.
Okay. And Mr. Griffiths asked you about the financial troubles and that have come out here. You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really didn't.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. You know, your brother is criminally charged, and then you, myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because I mean, you know, we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized.
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
It really, I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In
Just
terms
as far
of
as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself.
And
I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
Questions you're going to ask? Questions, comments? What's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection's overruled.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes,
Did that frustrate you?
sometimes.
Okay. You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin asked you about, I'm going to do that. You never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after,
Or did you?
if you take June 7th, on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Big portion don't. Big course indulgence. Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
Buster, if your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually. She'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady.
Okay.
She would take dogs with her, yes.
And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th?
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. Let me step down. Your next witness.
Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat up here on the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to. Pull your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. When I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University, and I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer. His name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay,
And
you were working with him?
Working with him, and I continued to work with him. And then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering, with a concentration in acoustics
and vibrations.
Correct.
Your master's. Okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. That helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, end of 2000. And in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary, North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with and support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting incident reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
And all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed to do that.
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun. So where he hit, killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionists would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting incident reconstruction for instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was in 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were, as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's the study of how sound moves, how it's made, maybe how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something real important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. My master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on. Can you hear the siren, or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues. So the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified again in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Koutourakis versus CSX in state court in Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay. The last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct?
They are.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is motor vehicle accidents. And again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue.
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state. He's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off. Back off. Strike that. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally. So,
Go ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22, but I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining. And then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find two bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so can we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, you can see that. Okay.
Object to showing this. Nothing's been written.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. a disk of this PowerPoint. Any objection?
Is it the PowerPoint?
It's the PowerPoint.
No objection.
Your Honor, we offer into evidence defendant's exhibit number 143. Without objection, I believe.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn or the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me. And then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th. Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen. And what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily. And there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole. And if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. If that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, when the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this is, and this is the piece of gray cardboard, there's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark. And that shows you the direction that it's coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pen and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole. And then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring that's the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that, I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that? And did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle? You say vertical angle, the angle going into the quail pen. Was it going up? Was it going down? And by, I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could, that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make, okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information, because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce that fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is called, they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? Okay, so what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage. It goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out. Correct?
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay,
More of the same,
next.
more of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct? Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees. 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay, next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It's pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense. Like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. Just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. Shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pen, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
Okay.
there's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so. So that makes it.
That's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's, she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90. So the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 degrees.
6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not the scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about. And you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale. But what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, well, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way of this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints, but that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these 2 lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much
It
about.
doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. And maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Now, go ahead.
And this is a AVI file.
This is,
well, I can explain.
was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. Okay, stop it right there for me, can you? Stop it right. There you go. So we see the doghouse. The quail, point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start. There we go. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There. Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
The doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I ought to have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Yes.
Let me see the next slide while he's going up there. Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going. And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and the dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar, the barn, is kind of in the center top of the picture, and it's just there's nothing really of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do. And what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in this scan because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points. There's millions of points. And there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this. The state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember. The state had, this is called a FARO.
Just to lead in, Your Honor.
What is this called?
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners. But a FARO scan is a laser scanner. And what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is. And we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information to all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get sign, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. It picks up everything.
So does law enforcement use FARO?
Yes, they did do a FARO scan. I have seen their fly through like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, again, it is a common technique in our field used to measure things because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a FARO scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objection, Your Honor. Fine.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their FARO scan, SLED's FARO scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their FARO scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
Let's go to the next one.
the only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in
October of 22.
Okay, now what is this depict?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories, like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the three-count. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole or post and whatnot, but we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now, this Pharaoh program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is tell me what this process is.
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer program.
Put it on a computer program, and because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did, which we used photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements. And then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan. And then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's an example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you, you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's it is a video.
Okay, go ahead and play that
show
video.
the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen and play the video, please. Okay. What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is, it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. Some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task.
Okay.
So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in. Okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there two?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program. And again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does this shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pen, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from blackout?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. Okay. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases. They go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure. It is holding a .300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up. But it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance one? Where it goes into
the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pen to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some points, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position of the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next. And what does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay. But he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay. Next. Okay, now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the 2. So the shooter,
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, can you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is, instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense, but
If you're aiming, it'd be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. And so this is without the guy up front, because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter Now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. Maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but.
The 2 shots were made from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now, you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made, is that correct?
Correct.
So we've heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that. Strike that. What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So, let's see the next one. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you gotta be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or down low, those 2 we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is, that could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots. Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings. Okay. So what that says, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it. But I find it interesting that the 2 shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made, and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these 2 shots were made, at least these 2 shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first.
Right.
Or 2 steps backwards. But, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now we're don't go to let's get to that in just a minute. Based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's.
When you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
Locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so.
You say locate the weapon is it the muzzle? Is it the
whole barrel?
The whole barrel.
Right,
okay.
Because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Person's how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings, and it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of the, and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. Okay. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
well, just take the quail pen to begin with.
Yeah, with the quail pen, if you start to move the chute of the quail pen back, then you're down to, you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly, because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that, this is as far back as basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what, did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", tried it with a 5'9".
Why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pen. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So in terms of Alec Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And you took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much, what was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap?
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
Okay. It'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" would fire those shots, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Can I have, yeah. Maybe. Can I have a red or black pen or something? Oh, I think I'll take the red one. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's great. Thanks. So I had one of these, the shots you had with the shooters and their alignment blown out. Can you step down here, please? And then the point. And let's see how we can do this. You stand over here. And so, explain explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how, if this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right, and they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground.
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pin, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they, how close would they have to be to the quail pin to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pin?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pin is at 4'2". Okay, so
you got one right there.
So let's just say, see a sticker or something.
You need what? A sticker?
So quail pin shot is right here.
Okay, how about I put a sticker right there? Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pin.
Right. 5'10".
Right.
Right. Shoes on maybe 5'11", right? So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pin. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, right? Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pin, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes, the empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body. And then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here, 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. Like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so, can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot, or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pin shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alec is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pin?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Here you go. Your Honor, this is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at, see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue, or do you want to take a lunch break?
Well, we can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we will addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, I think I want to hear what the experts have to say on this expert testimony, because I'm I don't know, I'm too suspicious of Alex and his knowledge that he gained as a prosecutor, and as to ballistics and angles, trajectories, etc. I know that it would be easy for him to create reasonable doubt, not drought.
Bad acts of Alex that seems to be the focus of the state's motive case. Now, we knew that the counter offensive by the defense would be, one, to attack the shaky motive, and two, to attack the forensics. And we're kind of seeing both of that right now. Buster starting the attack on the motive by painting a picture of an otherwise healthy and happy family. And then we've got this forensic expert on the stand now creating confusion about the one or two shooter theory.
Well, you're following a lot more deeper than I are. At least the parts that I was watching, I really didn't see a lot of development by the defense attorney about the family relationship, especially the relationship between the mom and, of course, would he ever have any motive to, you wouldn't say those words, but with the son. I kind of felt it was kind of weak in that area myself. Am I missing something?
No, I think we're seeing the same thing. For whatever reason, I think this just happens to be Buster's personality. He's somewhat devoid of empathy. I mean, he was strangely unemotional talking about, learning of the brutal murder of his mother and his brother. But it seems to be that this is who he is. So I think they got as much as they could from him. I think we're going to get more emotion from other members of the family. But I just don't think Buster could deliver it.
That's a really interesting question. We always say, right, as a trial lawyer, you dance with the one you brought. Right. Sometimes you just can't make a better witness. But it's so funny you mentioned that, because I was watching the kind of aloofness, kind of too in the testimony. Do you think the jury extrapolates something from like that, like father, like son, or, this is the way this kid is the way they are, or anything of that nature?
Yeah, I think they do. I do think they're looking at him and seeing Alex and trying to project Alex through him. So if he is devoid of emotion and devoid of empathy, is he a son of someone who's capable of committing these brutal crimes? I don't know. The only other major miss that I think that where the state had an opportunity was to cross him about the fact that he was in Vegas playing cards at the time that his dad was first appearing for his bond hearing, where that bond was denied. I definitely would have asked him about, how it was that at that time you were so removed from your father in these events that you were seen playing cards, but something obviously has happened in the interim that puts you solidly behind your dad.
Yeah, and we could always sit here as armchair chair quarterbacks, and what it's like to be in the heat of that argument. That would have fit in perfectly when they tried to say, "Have you been to the court proceeding?" Oh, yes, I've been to every single one. Really, but you weren't there when you're playing cards when your dad was being arraigned or bond was being set. So that's a very interesting point. What do you think of, as far as the defense putting him on, though? Do you see any value? Did it score any points for them, or is this going to pretty much in the juror's mind be just a neutral witness?
We're almost reaching the point now of opinion bias. So if you're of the mind to believe that he committed the crimes, I think you're picking and choosing from what you're seeing that which supports your point of view. I think if you're believing the opposite, you're doing the same thing. You're rejecting that which conflicts with what you already believe. I think if you're trying to look at it objectively, it is a powerful statement that Buster is there. He is supportive of his father. And for whatever that relationship was or was not, there's nothing to suggest that there was a break or that there was strife or tension. I mean, right up to Memorial Day weekend, right up to the day before the shooting itself, when they're at a ball game together, all of that strikes me as very normal. So the communications that day, the way they talked to one another on the telephone, nothing really changed. And yes, Alex is a monster. And yes, he stole a lot of money and did a lot of terrible things. But what is the thing that drove him over the edge to cause him to murder not just Paul, but also Maggie? And keep in mind also, I mean, it's important for me that he's not charged with killing Maggie Paul. He's charged with killing Maggie, and he's separately charged with killing Paul. So sooner or later, the state has to prove that he pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Paul, and that separately he pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Maggie. And I've not seen it yet. If you're asking me, did the state prove that he was involved? I'd say absolutely. If you ask me, does the state prove that he did it? I'd say I've got doubt. But it might be that if a jury believes he was involved, that's good enough.
Yeah, very, very interesting insights. Okay, Ronnie, really appreciate it. Time for us to take a break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. We got a lot more.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. And this has been an interesting day. This is really the first day, the first full day of the defense case. And the first witness that the defense called this morning was Buster Murdaugh. A very interesting testimony from him. We got to hear from a family member who is.
Okay. I just got off the phone with the court, and the federal trial for James Brenner is April 17th. So what do you think? Do I go to James Brenner's hearing in Brigham City, which is procedural, or not? No, that's the February 27th is the next hearing in state court, and the federal jury trial for the gun charges is the 17th of April, and they want to have that resolved before they really do anything serious on the state charges. So it's kind of like, it seems to me it's going to be a pro forma hearing on the 27th. So, I'm just going with the with this trial going on, and possibly, jury. I guess I'm going to have to kind of play it by ears, see how things are going at the end of the week to decide whether it's worth making the run up to Brigham City or not, because it's an hour each way. I think it's 1:30 in the afternoon. So I had thought about possibly hitting the February 28th hearing for Don Wells the third in Ogden for his failing to register his new address as an RSO, just mainly out of curiosity to see what he looks like and so forth, but no other real reason to do it beyond that. So I guess, let's see, we've got an hour to go. Let's see about the video of regarding Stephen Smith. Good last name. Good last name. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me pull this up. Get it queued. Okay, it looks like we don't have a commercial here, so let's roll them.
But he's not, because someone decided to bash his head in.
The Alec Murdaugh trial continues to develop, but how far back does this Murdaugh saga go? We look into the mysterious 2015 death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. We then talk to Suzanne Andrews, the founder of Standing for Stephen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So as many of you know, we've been covering the Alec Murdaugh trial here at Law and Crime. The once prominent South Carolina attorney is on trial for the murders of his wife and son, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. They were found shot to death on their family property on June 7th, 2021. Defense says he didn't do it. The prosecution's evidence is flimsy. And we've been doing a very deep dive on all of the evidence that's been presented. Did Alec Murdaugh murder his wife and son? Was it somebody else? Why did this happen? All these questions are eventually going to have to be decided by the jury. Thankfully, not us. We just analyze it. Not an easy question for the jury. And with pretty much every murder trial, there are, of course, theories and rumors on how the murder happened or who's responsible, how it was carried out. We're seeing it here. So one theory is that Alec murdered his wife and son, right? Well, another theory is one that Alec actually suggested to police in his interview on the night of the murders.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been a he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me. But I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
As you see there, Alec suggests that someone may have had a vendetta against Paul because he was criminally charged for allegedly driving a boat drunk back in 2021 that resulted in the death of teenager Mallory Beach. In other words, there were unknown assailants that may have came to kill Paul. Maggie was a witness, and they ended up shooting and killing her as well. Now, while that's not entirely clear, what is clear, and what you may have noticed, is that death seems to follow the Murdaughs. Paul and Maggie are shot and killed. Paul was allegedly driving the boat that crashed and ended up killing Mallory Beach. Their family housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, slips and falls to her death in their home, but that's a story for a whole nother time. And then there is another story that we have barely touched upon, but it is important to discuss. And that is the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. So now let's go back 7.5 years ago. It's July 8th, 2015, and the police receive a 911 call from a man who found an unconscious person in the middle of a sandy run road in Hampton, South Carolina. And it was revealed that that person was Stephen Smith. And he was not unconscious, he was dead. Now, the case was ruled a hit and run by investigators. After all, his body was found in the middle of the road. He was bleeding from his head. But here is where it gets interesting. There were no visible signs that he had been hit by a car. There was no bumper, glass, no fragments, nothing from part of a car anywhere to be found around the scene. Now, with Stephen's body, he had severe head trauma, only very few scratches on his arms and legs. His shoes were still on. Blood was only found right next to his body, not along the road. Now, of course, this is pure speculation, but an obvious question would be, if this was a hit and run, do you think that there would be more damage? There would be more physical evidence. But the sheriff's department and the coroner were already on the scene and determined it was a hit and run. Now, the Highway Patrol, specifically a division that specializes in car wrecks, had a different take. Highway Patrol Officer D.B. Rowell scanned the scene and stated, quote, "I saw no vehicle debris, skid marks, or injuries consistent with someone being struck by a vehicle." He wrote this in his original incident report dated July 8th, 2015. The victim's shoes were loosely tied and both were still on. We see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle. So the sheriff's department claimed it was a hit and run, but the South Carolina Highway Patrol believed that this was the scene of a murder. You don't see that every day, that difference of opinion. But there is a lot more. Stephen's car was found 3 miles away from his body. The car was found broken down. The gas cap was off. So one logical conclusion would be, well, maybe Stephen ran out of gas and was walking down the road to go to the nearest gas station to get gas. Well, does that make sense? Well, one, he was walking in the opposite direction of the closest gas station. And two, he left his wallet in the car. Also, his phone was found on his body with battery life. So the question is, why not call someone to pick you up? Let's also go back to Stephen's body. The main cause of his death was blunt force trauma to the head. And as I said, it was ruled a hit and run. And that was backed up by pathologist Dr. Erin Presnell, who said she believed the injuries were consistent with being hit by a car. However, investigators asked Presnell if Smith could have suffered the head wound from being hit by someone with a baseball bat. She said no, but when investigators asked if Smith could have been hit in the head from being struck by a bat or another object that was held by someone in a moving vehicle, she said, quote, well, I guess that's possible. So was it a hit and run or not? Now, you might be saying, what does all of this have to do with Alec Murdaugh? Well, the Highway Patrol continues to investigate the case. Stephen's car, though, was never dusted or tested for fingerprints or DNA because Stephen's death, as I said, was ruled a hit and run. The Highway Patrol tries asking people around Hampton County about Stephen. Many people won't talk about it. They seem to be shy to be talking about it. At least that's what the reports indicate. And eventually they speak to Stephen's mother, Sandy Smith. And she says that the rumor she keeps hearing, and let me emphasize that this is just a rumor, is that it was the Murdaugh boys who are responsible for Stephen's death. And after many interviews, more than a dozen people brought up the name Buster Murdaugh. Buster is Paul's older brother and Alec's oldest son. In fact, this is Alec talking a little bit more about Buster when he is interviewed during the course of the Paul and Maggie murder investigation.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay.
I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
Where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam. So he had to be in Charlotte. So he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Now, there's something else I have to mention about Stephen Smith, and that is that Stephen Smith was openly gay. And according to Stephen's mother, Stephen was supposed to go on a fishing trip with a prominent person. One of Stephen's friends said that he told him that he was messing around with a man from Hampton County, and if he had mentioned the name, people would be shocked. So again, pure speculation. But one of the rumors that has circulated is that Stephen was in a relationship with Buster Murdaugh. But again, no evidence to show that conclusively. And look, the problem is that all of the interviews with people from around Hampton County, they all had several different versions of rumors of what they heard had happened. So law enforcement had no evidence, nowhere to point the finger. Buster was never interviewed. No one has been charged for the death of Stephen Smith. And as you can imagine, Stephen's family has been devastated by his death. In fact, exactly 3 months after Stephen's death, his father, Joel, dies of a heart attack in his sleep. And some have said that he died of heartbreak. And let me add this. In HBO's documentary Low Country, the Murdaugh Dynasty, a man named George Smith, who was a friend of Stephen's father, Joel, claims that he talked to Joel on his last day alive and told him, "The Murdaughs killed my son because he was gay. I know my son. I know he was seeing Buster." Now, let me close this all out with the most curious aspect of this case that ties back to the Murdaughs. And that is that the morning Stephen's body is found, Stephen's dad, Joel, goes down to the sheriff's department. Before Joel even gets to speak to the sheriff, he receives a call from Alec Murdaugh's brother, Randy Murdaugh. Randy offers to investigate the case. He tells Joel that he wanted the password to all of Stephen's electronics and social media accounts, and he tells Joel that he would represent him for free. Then, Stephen's mother, Sandy, reportedly claims to have seen Alec and Randy at the crime scene about an hour after the body is moved. Why is this happening? Why are they there? What does the supposed hit and run of a teenage boy have anything to do with the Murdaughs? In fact, Alec Murdaugh's law firm is mainly a personal injury firm. So why are they willing to help Stephen Smith's family with a death investigation? The only question I'm asking, and I'm sure many of you are asking as well, is, are the Murdaughs trying to cover something up? And if so, why? As I mentioned, no one has been charged in connection with Stephen's death. But fast forward to June 22nd, 2021, just 2 weeks after Maggie and Paul's murders, Stephen Smith's case is reopened. Now, there's no new news of new evidence or anything like that, but the case is reopened. We believe this is in the hands of SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, again, just 2 weeks after Maggie and Paul are killed. And that is very interesting. So as we continue our discussion of the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith, who was found dead on the road in South Carolina, and the potential connection to the Murdaugh family, we want to bring in a special guest. Joining me right now is the founder of Standing for Stephen, Suzanne Andrews. Suzanne, it is a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar and talking a little bit more about this story.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine. Thank you so very much.
I'd like to start off with you telling everybody, what is Standing for Stephen? How did you become a part of this, and why did you start the foundation?
After the murders of Maggie and Paul, there were a bunch of Facebook pages popping up about the Murdaugh murders, and Ashley Gandy, someone I did not know at the time, had posted a picture of Stephen's gravesite, and he did not have a headstone. It was just a plastic placard with his name, year of birth, and year of death, and this little ceramic cat. And as a mother of a 18-year-old, it broke my heart that at that time it had been 6 years that no one had helped his family get a headstone. So I was just led, for whatever reason, to try to get in touch with his mother, Sandy, to get her permission to raise money. I thought if we could do $2,000, that would be gravy. We've raised over $40,000. We got Stephen a headstone, as well as his father, who is buried next to him, that I did not know at the time had passed 3 months after Stephen from a broken heart. So we accomplished our goal, then some. So it's been an amazing journey.
That's a remarkable mission, a remarkable goal that you did. Congratulations on that. Hopefully, as we share a little bit more of your story and Stephen's story, maybe, that can grow. Did you know Stephen at all? Did you learn about him at all? I mean, when we talk about Stephen Smith, I think it's important for people to understand the most we can about who he was.
Sure. No, I had never met him or his family. The first time I met his mother, Miss Sandy, was at Stephen's gravesite. But from what I know, Stephen was a ham. He was funny. He was loving. He was giving, kind. He was just a good kid all the way around. He was in nursing school. He wanted to become a doctor. He knew his parents couldn't afford to send him to medical school, so he started out in nursing so that he could send himself to medical school. He had so many friends that he supported and loved, and they loved and supported him back. He was just a good kid.
Yeah, and it's tragic to think about what happened and the mystery surrounding his death. And I do want to get into that a little bit. So it's my understanding, Stephen was openly gay. Many people believe that he was killed because of that. As a matter of fact, the Smith family attorney, Mike Hemlap, believes that Stephen was killed because he was homosexual.
We don't know. I know what you're thinking. You're going, Mike, come on. You don't know what happened to Stephen. You don't know why he died. But here's what I'm here to tell you today. There are 28,000 gay teenagers in South Carolina who know exactly why he died. And I'm going to tell you, I know exactly why he died. There's been a bill in the legislature to pass hate crime legislation, and the legislature is ready to do it. They're happy to do it when it comes to race, religion, gender. You know what they don't want to do? They don't want to include the 28,000 LGBT teens in South Carolina. That's why it hasn't passed.
Now, I understand that you are currently trying to get a hate crime bill passed in the state of South Carolina. What can you tell us about that?
Well, South Carolina, I just recently found this out in the past year or so, is one of 2 states in this nation that does not have a hate crime bill. South Carolina and Wyoming are the only 2. The House of Representatives passed a hate crime bill through, but our senators are holding it up. They have they have this mental capacity that, you know, there's already federal laws in place for hate crime. Why do we need state level? Well, why would we not? You know, all the other states have it. You know, we're marching in the opposite direction than all the other states. And, you know, to me, it's more of a preventative measure than conviction type situation. And hopefully it would be a preventative measure to keep people from doing that. My father owns the Capitol Club here in Columbia, South Carolina, which is where we had Stephen's fundraiser. And it's a private gay club that's been around for over 40 years. You know, it's not just about gays. It's about Blacks, Jews, Catholics, white folks. You know, there are hate crimes against white people just as well. It's not just about gay people.
And trust me, I see it a lot in my day and back and forth, and we see crimes about this all the time. I want to just pick up on something that you said. So when I mentioned that there's a belief that Stephen was killed because he was homosexual, yeah, I heard you say yes. Now, I'm curious because I should tell you, and I will tell all our listeners, right now, this is rumors and speculation. There hasn't been direct evidence. What leads you to believe that Stephen was killed because of his sexuality?
I have to be careful with what I say. There is an open investigation. I would do nothing to hinder that investigation. I really don't know how to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. So we know that Paul and Maggie are murdered, and then 2 weeks later, Stephen's case is reopened all this time later. That can't be a coincidence. I mean, what's your feeling about that?
I don't think it's a coincidence. What that information is, I truly do not know. But I do believe that there was good reason for them to reopen it. And I'm, just pray that it's going to get solved sooner rather than later. And his family deserves answers. And with this hate crime bill, I've started a petition on change.org, and it's standing for Stephen. Hold on, I wrote it down. Standing for Stephen SC hate crime bill. If my thought is, this is kind of part 2 of Standing for Stephen, where I started it to raise money for a headstone, is which I pray Miss Sandy and the family gets answers, but if God forbid they don't, at least maybe we can get this bill passed in Stephen's honor as an advocate for the state of South Carolina, or somehow honored for him and his family to get this bill passed.
And look, it's such an odd case and a strange case and an unanswered question and an unanswered case. And look, the reason I just explained it a little while ago is that there's a difference in opinion about what actually happened to him, right? So in the initial ruling, and the ruling that has been, is that it was a hit and run, but there's evidence to suggest it was something more than that. What makes you believe this was not a simple hit and run? And let me ask you this. Why do you think, if you can, why do you think there was such I don't want to say a rush to judgment, but there was a conclusion to determine this a hit and run?
Well, regardless, it's a murder. Even at the bare minimum, I'm not saying this is the case, but at the bare minimum, somebody accidentally hit him, which is highly unlikely. They still killed him and they left the scene. It is still a murder, no matter how you look at it. As far as the hit and run, I personally do not believe that. I may be wrong, but the pictures show, his crime scene pictures show his cell phone. There was not a crack on the cell phone screen. His shoes were still on him, not tied. There was no fragments of plastic, glass. There was
We help you through divorce by maximizing your time with your kids and maximizing your money. Give us a call.
nothing in the middle of the road to suggest there was an impact with a vehicle, other than he was found in the middle of the road.
And I went through it, why the Murdaughs have been kind of tied to this. What should we know about them? What should we know about their feeling in the community, and what, were they feared in Hampton County at all? I mean, what was it about them?
Yeah, I personally do not know the Murdaughs. I have some very close friends. I live in Columbia. I have some very close friends that know them. I know the Murdaughs are the story, that the press is wanting. To me, this is about Stephen. It doesn't matter whose name is attached to what happened to him, whether it's the Murdaughs or Joe Blow. The family just deserves answers. But to answer your question, oh yes, they were feared and very powerful. And people that are not from the South do not understand the web and the connections, and everyone knows everyone. Judges, attorneys that are in front of judges on Friday are sitting in Sunday school with that same judge on Sunday. I mean, it is just such a small knit community, and scary for a lot of people, and especially people from lower economic statuses that don't feel like they have a voice. And if they do try to speak, they're not going to be listened to, or they're going to be shunned, or it's social suicide for them.
And before I let you go, obviously the trial right now of Alec Murdaugh is happening. Have you been following it? Is there do you want an outcome, or are you anticipating an outcome might somehow be connected to Stephen in the end? Because look, all eyes are on Alec Murdaugh, and people are learning everything about the Murdaughs right now.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the $1 million question, or maybe the $10 million question or more. But I honestly don't know. Nothing at this point would surprise me with this trial. Nothing. But if I could just ask anyone in the state of South Carolina, I have this petition going online, change.org, for Standing for Stephen, hate crime bill. Please, we need as many signatures as possible so that our senators can no longer not listen to us anymore. Please go to your local House representatives, your senators, beg for this to be pushed through. Not just this isn't just about the hate crime bill and just about Standing for Stephen. It's about us as people.
I agree with you. And look, Suzanne, what we're going to do is we're going to pin some of those links as well for people to have easy access to it, and for people to learn more about your organization as well. You're doing terrific work. I appreciate you taking the time to come on Sidebar and speak a little bit more about Stephen Smith.
Well,
Thank
thank
you,
y'all
Suzanne.
for having us, or having me, and letting Standing for Stephen speak out. So I appreciate it very, very much.
And that's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Okay, so what does everybody think about that? Let's see, we still have a half an hour to go. Says they will be looking at you twice when you get one. Yeah, well, I think I've got sufficient documentation. yeah, I have, the typical generic name that somebody adopts when they've run off from doing something terrible and setting up in a new place is John Smith, and I've got several of them in the family tree. Oh, Gizzy Sue, only been to Canada and Mexico. Yeah, ditto. I went to Mexico, and the last day there, I had a mango smoothie, and I probably shouldn't have. And I got so sick, I had to have IV fluids when I got back. Canada, never had any trouble there, and I love Canada. We used to do the Alaska Highway going back and forth to Anchorage. When I was a kid, we'd come down on vacation to see my grandmother, and we did that several times. And there was one rather funny time. Yeah, they might have used tap water. And it looked so good that I overcame my reticence and did it. And oh, I was so sick. I could hardly stay awake on the drive back from let's see, I was fine until we got to the Four Corners region, and we camped at Goosenecks State Park, and my sister and I pulled in the dark of night, and we knew that it was free camping, and so we set up the tent in the dark. It was nearly midnight, and when we woke up, we opened the door to the tent, and holy cow, there's this big, huge, glorious view out there that we had no idea was there. Lived on the outside of Edmonton. Oh, that would have been fun. Musher with 47 dogs. Smiths have breweries in Moray, Scotland, so they are not so bad. We married a few. Well, I haven't married any, but my mom did. Well, one. She married my dad in 1956. Okay, let's see. We need to get at least the video here so we can monitor that while I look and see if there's anything more. There was another thing on Stephen Smith. Let me see. Let me see if that's the same sidebar podcast or if it's a different video. Let's see. Oh, this looks different. Let's go over here. Okay. Here we go.
Well, and that's the thing is, I can tell you this, because I know it kind of went back and forth, and there were different rumors and about it, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Okay. And I'm not saying that, whoever did this, murdered him, because, to have that charge of murder, you got to have premeditation and you got to have, forethought and all this kind of stuff. But if it was, somebody playing around and it got out of control, The problem is that when you leave and you try to cover it up or you lie or, whatever, so Stephen's, his story deserves to be told, and that's what I'm working for.
We spent the last 2 episodes exploring the boating accident in Beaufort, South Carolina, resulting in the tragic death of Mallory Beach. Could this accident be someone's motive for the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? It's possible, but there's so much more to this story. We need to take a trip to Hampton, South Carolina, about an hour away from Beaufort, and explore the mysterious death of a young man named Stephen Smith. Let's head over to Hampton and get to know the town a little better.
Did you know that sipping on unsweetened Lipton can help support a healthy heart? Lipton, love your heart.
It had been a while since I had spent time in Hampton, and driving around did bring back a few memories for me. Hampton served as a halfway point for me and an old girlfriend who, for a portion of our relationship, had lived in Augusta, Georgia. I found out while researching for this episode that actually the same reason I knew of Hampton was the same reason that it existed in the first place. The town was built around the fact that it was the halfway point between Beaufort and Augusta for the Port Royal Railroad. Hampton's population is around 2,500 people. The median per capita income is around $17,000 per year. It's surrounded by farmland and rural roads. So for years, the only reason I knew of Hampton was because it had a McDonald's to meet at. But as this story started to unfold, Hampton started becoming familiar for other reasons. Hampton is where the Murdaugh family is from and where their law firm is located. For the sake of simplicity, I've been calling it the Murdaugh Law Firm, and it was started in 1910 by Randolph Murdaugh Sr., but the firm has added partners since, and the official name of the law firm is Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Eltsroth, and Dietrich, or PMPED. If you are wondering how this seemingly dying southern town can house such a successful and prominent law firm, you're not alone. Visiting a website called judicialhellholes.org will shed some light on the interesting situation here. The United States is comprised of over 3,000 counties. Where does Judicial Hellhole put Hampton County on that list? Well, not too long ago, it was ranked number 3. You heard that right, number 3. The website defines judicial hellholes as places where judges systematically apply laws and court procedures in an unfair and unbalanced manner, generally against defendants. Essentially, if you have a business in Hampton County and you get sued, the settlement against you is likely to be much greater than it would be in other counties. Some see it as the law firm fighting for the little guy against major corporations. But like most aspects of this story, it's just not that simple. And this type of system can have broader consequences. Think about this. If you are a business owner, do you want the liability that comes with operating in Hampton County? I know I wouldn't. Many people see this as one of the main reasons this county seems to be dying a slow death. It's just too risky for businesses to move in. I would guess a law firm like the Murdaughs would have some power even in a big city like Charleston. So how much more would it have influence in a small, low-income southern town like Hampton? Talk about a big fish in a small pond. But like I said in my first episode, just because you have power and influence doesn't mean that you're going to abuse it, but it does mean you have the opportunity to. Stephen Smith was 19 years old at the time of his death. According to his family and friends, he was always smiling and making everyone around him laugh. If Stephen was in the room, everything just felt a bit lighter and more carefree. His mom described him as a ray of sunshine. He loved books, loved the beach, and he wanted to be a doctor. At the time of his death, he was a nursing student at OC Tech. In the early morning hours of July 8, 2015, a gentleman was driving through a small unincorporated area near Hampton called Crocketville, more specifically Sandy Run Road, when he noticed a body lying in the street. Nervous there was some sort of foul play going on and maybe someone dangerous was still around, he drove about a mile down the road to the stop sign and called 911.
Hampton County 911. Where's your emergency?
Hello, I see somebody laying out in the roadway. Somebody going to hit him. It's dark. Somebody going to hit him.
The sheriff's office was dispatched, and upon arrival, they found Stephen Smith deceased, lying on the yellow line in the middle of the road. His car was found on the side of a different road about 3 miles away with the gas cap unscrewed. Officers could not start his car, and it had to be towed. The first few days of an investigation are by far the most important. That's why we really need to understand what happened the hours and days following Stephen's death. Deaths like this don't happen often in Hampton County, and the sheriff's office felt it needed to call in assistance to help with this case. Because Stephen's body was found on the roadway and his car on the side of the road a few miles away, the sheriff's office figured he ran out of gas, was walking home, and was hit by a car. So they called in the South Carolina Highway Patrol, more specifically the MATE Division, which specializes in more complex vehicle accidents. But keep in mind, they do not investigate murders. As they began to comb through the scene, the officers found zero evidence of a hit and run.
This is Corporal Duncan, South Carolina Highway Patrol mate. It's reference to a collision in Hampton County on Sandy Run Road. It is a 2-lane roadway, level, sight distance not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, so visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area. As far as evidence here, there is only evidence of where the body was found. There's no car parts, no any type of parts to a car or truck or any other vehicle. There is no body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face. Does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle, possibly something else.
At around 7 a.m. that morning, and upon further inspection of Stephen, the coroner ruled Stephen's death a homicide, believing the injury to Stephen's head was a gunshot wound. At this point, it doesn't make sense for the Highway Patrol to be investigating this case, and SLED, or the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, was called in. But the coroner actually doesn't have the final say in the cause of death. That final decision goes to what's called a pathologist. A pathologist is a highly specialized physician whose primary area of expertise is the study of body tissues and body fluids. The pathologist studied Stephen's remains and determined the injury was not a gunshot wound. No bullet fragments were found, and she believed the injury to be caused by blunt force trauma, more specifically from a vehicle. Because of the pathologist's determination, SLED turned the investigation back over to the South Carolina Highway Patrol. Multiple agents from the Highway Patrol tried to speak with the pathologist in an attempt to understand why she disagreed with the coroner. Here's an officer's report. The reason I went and spoke with her was due to a preliminary report where she stated that the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Sergeant Moore had already had, from my understanding, a heated conversation with her about this issue. She stated that she could not even begin speaking with me about this case without the coroner's consent. I advised her that I had spoken with Coroner Washington the day before, and she basically called me a liar, and she said she would call him right then. When I asked if she wanted me to call from my cell phone, she backed off. I asked her why she stated that in the report, and her answer was because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could do that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying, what about someone in a moving car with a baseball bat? She stated, well, I guess it's possible. As I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary, and it was my job to figure out what it was that struck him, not hers. So at this point, it seems clear that it wasn't a gunshot wound that killed Stephen. It was blunt force trauma. However, the circumstances surrounding the blunt force trauma were still very unclear. And because the pathologist ruled it a hit and run, the highway patrol ended up in charge of investigating what everyone but the pathologist believed to be a homicide. I've listened to hours of interviews and read through pages and pages of documents to prepare for this episode. Throughout the course of the investigation, 4 potential theories seemed to surface, one of which seems to implicate the most prominent and powerful family in town. Let's take a look at the Murdaugh family again. Paul and Maggie were found shot in June of 2021 at the family hunting lodge. We haven't covered Alec much up to this point, but we're going to have episodes devoted to him later in this series. This episode, we're going to be talking about Buster Murdaugh. Buster and Stephen went to the same school and graduated the same year at Wade Hampton High School. The first mention I could find of the Murdaugh name being brought up was in an officer's interview with a family member of Stephen. Most names you hear from this point forward will be changed to respect the privacy of those involved.
I just left the house the first official time yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
And I went into the store, and a bunch of people kept coming up to me, and they're like, did you know the Murdaugh boys are behind it? You know, saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends.
The officer asks where she heard this rumor from and does his best to trace it to the source.
That she was at church, and that both of y'all had spoken about Stephen's death, about Buster Murdaugh. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I told her that another friend of mine had texted me asking me if Buster and Stephen were together. And I told him no. I said, not that I knew of. And then I asked him why. He said because he had heard that. And then I asked him who he heard it from. And he said he didn't know. He just heard it.
Was that message from?
It was from, yes.
Okay. Have you got his phone number?
And she wasn't the only person who heard it from Michael.
I heard that 2, maybe 3 young men were in a vehicle. They were riding down 601, saw the car on the side of the road. I guess saw the boy walking. They turned back around. I guess they were attempting to, mess around with him or something like that, and stuck something out the window, and it, hit him in, I don't know if it hit him in the head or the back or where it hit him. And then that's pretty much all I heard. I did hear names, and I heard a name, and that name was, he goes by Buster Murdaugh. I've known Buster pretty much my whole life. He's a grade under me. We went to school together, played baseball together. Kind of out of character to who I knew, but I did also hear from the same source that he could possibly have been on some type of drugs. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's just strictly hearsay from all I know.
Would it have been Buster driving?
I would have imagined so. To know Buster, usually he drove himself around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he was always the one. They were in his vehicles. He always had friends with him in his vehicles when he was driving around. Or that's how it was in school.
There had to be more than one. And then if Buster was the one driving, that means somebody else the one that hit Stephen. Did Ben tell you where he had gotten this information?
Yes, sir. He got it from, I think her first name is, and then she heard it from, which is Buster Murdaugh's best friend. And when I originally heard this, I was thinking of the younger Murdaugh boy, Buster's little brother Paul, because Paul's more the, I won't say troublemaker, but he's a little more, my last name is Murdaugh, I can do whatever, you know what I mean?
It went to his head a lot more.
You're right. He was more that type of kid.
It seems as if the officer is finally getting somewhere. Ben says he heard it from Michael, who heard it from Victoria, who heard it from Colby, who heard it from Buster. The officer keeps moving down the line.
So just go ahead and tell me the version of the story that you heard.
Alright, so I was with some friends one night, and out of the blue, one of my friends said that, we had already knew, he got hit or whatever, and we didn't know who did it, but we just heard that Buster did it. So after that, everybody know who Buster is, and his family and all that, so it was kind of shocking. So, we just kept talking about it, and I guess it spread it around a lot.
Can you tell me what you heard about the Stephen Smith incident? Okay. And who was that? Okay. There was a guy that told you that? And did he say where he heard that from or how he was backing that up? So he just said, oh, I heard Buster did it. Did he say how he did it or what happened? Beat him up and threw him out the truck? Did Stephen have enemies? Yeah, because I mean, from everybody I've been talking to, I mean, everybody knew Stephen's lifestyle, of course, but nobody really had issue with that. Like, so I don't understand, like, why, I mean, and I've even asked people about Buster in particular, like, did he not like this guy? And they were like, no, I mean, so why do you think, how does that make sense?
When the officer asks Victoria who she heard it from, she says Chandler. He even brings up Colby by name, and she says she didn't hear it from him. I can't find anywhere in the case files that they reached out to Chandler, but that doesn't mean they didn't. It just means they didn't make it available, and I'm not sure why. So everyone seems to have heard this rumor, but no one seems to know exactly where it came from. It seems as if the officer is trying to figure out if the reason he can't find anything is because there's just no truth to the rumor, or if it's because people are just too scared to talk.
My office is out of Charleston, okay? I don't work around Hampton. I know the Murdaughs are highfalutin around Hampton, and, some people say have a lot of power or whatever, but that name doesn't mean anything to me. My job is to find out, you don't have to agree with Stephen's lifestyle, but that don't mean that he gets to be killed and nobody gets to find out what happened. I can tell you this because I know it kind of went back and forth, and there were different rumors and about it, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Stephen's, his story deserves to be told, and that's what I'm working for.
The officer asks if anyone had heard that Buster and Stephen were involved before Stephen's death, or did this rumor come about afterwards?
Had you ever heard of Stephen and Buster being involved with at all before this?
No, sir, I haven't.
So this was the first time you'd ever heard about something like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know Stephen at all?
Yes, sir. He was my best friend.
A few months later, an anonymous tip comes in that Xavier, along with another black male and a white male, Buster, are the ones involved in Stephen's death.
Somebody said he got hit by a car or something, man. That's what you heard. I didn't get hit by a car. He did? No, someone murdered him. So, that's what I'm saying. For what? Why would somebody do that to him? I have no idea. He wouldn't bother nobody, I don't think. Because he was when I played football, he was our trainer. Like me on the team every now and then in school, but other than that, I didn't ever see him. Sure, at school, some kids with the last name Murdaugh. I know a girl, but that's about it. You know the boys? It wasn't too many Murdaugh. Well, it was one, he graduated with Steve. Right. You hang out with him? Never did. Did you ever go to any of his parties at any time? No, sir. Well, here's the thing. Your name's been brought up as a link in this death. So, I mean, if there's anything that you want to say about it, I'd hate to see you go down with whoever killed this boy. Well, I wasn't there. Didn't know about it until later after he died. I heard he was hit by a car. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. No, he wasn't.
This interview just doesn't seem to go anywhere, and this is the last reference to them investigating the Murdaugh theory in the case files that I received. Here's what Jessica Smith and Stephen's mother had to say about the Murdaugh rumors at the time of Stephen's death.
Saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends, and I'm just sitting here like, why? It makes no sense. He's never said anything bad about Stephen. He's never been around Stephen to, I was mind boggled at that, and I kind of ignored it. And, I haven't heard any more about that.
Has anybody talked to your mom about, rumors and things like that? Has she heard anything that you know of?
She's heard the same exact stuff I've heard, but she's more stuck on Mark did it, and all that, so.
Your view's my favorite, and ooh, I miss your fragrance. I wish I could save it.
So who is Mark? And what are the other theories surrounding the death of Stephen? Well, I'll be covering those in the next episode. While nothing can be done to bring Stephen back, his family deserves answers. During the investigation into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, SLED received information that caused them to reopen Stephen's case. We don't know what that information is, but we do know that SLED investigates homicides, and this is great news for the friends and family of Stephen. Stephen's mother said this about her son. I just want to know what really happened to my son, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get justice. This is going to be my first Thanksgiving without him. Just seeing that empty chair there is going to be really hard. I know when Stephen was born, but I don't know exactly when he died. I know what his first words were, but I need to know what his last words were. I want to know who took my son from me. I visited Stephen's grave before my first episode came out. Walking in a cemetery can be an odd experience. Life is so precious, and remembering loved ones is so important. My first stop was visiting Mallory. As I walked through the cemetery, I noticed differences in the grave markers. Some were old and wearing away, some were clean and new, some were beautiful and intricate, while others were just simple markers. Mallory's was beautiful, knowing she had a huge heart for animals. Loved ones had placed figures of dogs around her marker. As I continued on to the next cemetery and began to search for Stephen's grave, I took note of the simple, inexpensive markers. I'm sure the price tag of the marker had no correlation to the family's love for that person. Some families just don't have finances to create a space like Mallory's. I came across Stephen's and found that he had one of these simple markers. Knowing how much Stephen meant to so many people who knew him, I thought to myself, I bet we could get enough people to chip in and buy Stephen a new headstone. Turns out I wasn't the only one with that idea. Recently, someone on Facebook organized a group and has been raising money for a new headstone for Stephen. I've included the link to the GoFundMe in the description below. I felt like it would be a great opportunity for my viewers to be a part of this story in a positive way. If you want to give, just know that any amount, no matter how little, will help. Like I said, the link is in the description below. So when I started this series, it was just a side project. The response has been incredible. And honestly, I'm considering covering another case when this one is finished. If I get enough interest, I'm thinking about buying a camper and spending a month in Moab, covering the Gabby Petito case in a similar fashion as this one, getting real footage of real locations and diving deep into the story and evidence surrounding that case. That said, in order to cover another case, I need to know that my viewers want that and are interested in the way that I tell these stories. But as of this moment, only 13% of my viewers are subscribed. If you feel like I've earned your subscription and would be interested in seeing me cover another case when I'm finished with this one, I would be honored if you subscribed. Lastly, if you want to see early releases of these episodes, as well as my additional thoughts on the case and other content, you can check out my Patreon. Love you guys. See y'all in episode 4.
The day that Stephen passed away, Randy Murdaugh was the second person to call my dad after the coroner. And he said he wanted to take the case and it would be free of charge and everything. And my dad's a little iffy on that, so.
What did everybody think of that? Pretty sad. Says in 1976, my aunt's headstone cost only $350. It seems to me that the one that my grandma picked up a headstone for her father because she thought he didn't have one in 1985, and on that trip out from Kansas, Grandpa and Grandma stopped and saw all their kids and all their all their grandkids and their first great grandkid, all but one, before let's see, and they had a big family get together, which I missed because I think I was working. And the next day, Grandpa died. And we went and picked up the headstone to go on the grave back in Cody, Wyoming, and it turns out he did have a headstone. So great grandpa Pierce has two headstones in one grave. Let's see. I guess we should see what they're talking about. We should be going back to the court soon.
Drug-related stuff. So this particular question I can't answer. I didn't see the testimony, but just something out there tells me the prosecutor may have that evidence whipsaw either here at trial or on appeal.
Yeah, and I thought it was just that he was asking for the money. I thought that's the testimony we saw, that he was asking the bank or said, I need $600,000. Let's get to our next question. June Rochelle from YouTube asks, didn't Blanca testify that Alec called Paul to come home to check to see if everything was prepared for their hunting day and Maggie to come home for his father? Sarah?
That was what the testimony was. It seemed like they were not there. They were asked to be there by Alec, and obviously they complied. And it was a little bit strange because there was work going on at the house in Edisto, where Maggie loved to be, and so getting her back to Moselle was definitely odd. And the testimony about the hunting weekend that they were supposed to have, making sure that Paul was there. It did not appear that they were planning to be there, but that Alec specifically called and asked them to do that. And Miriam, as Maggie's sister, testified that she encouraged Maggie to go, but it wasn't something that she was planning to do and apparently wanting to be there.
Question from Eileen S. from YouTube, Ronnie. A lot of people keep asking this question. Isn't it unusual for the witnesses to be allowed in the courtroom before they testify? Can't someone alter their testimony after hearing others testify, or is this typical in South Carolina? So what's your experience with this?
Yeah, well, it's not typical for South Carolina, and I think that witnesses are sequestered at the request of the attorneys. There's no standing rule that says you must. And I think for the defense, they didn't want to sequester the witnesses because they wanted what they're achieving optically, which is you've got the whole wedding party assembled behind Alex Murdaugh there in full support. So, I mean, yes, you can get sequestration in South Carolina upon request. It's not a standing order by any stretch, but I don't think the defense wanted it. I think they got what they wanted. They wanted the optics of seeing all those people solidly behind Alec in the courthouse.
But the state didn't ask for it either. I mean, the state could have requested it and they didn't. The defense didn't request it. So we've got like special agents getting up there and testifying, which I was shocked about. And they're like, well, they've seen the testimony. They're all watching the trial and then coming in and testifying. It's pretty wild as far as I'm concerned. Let's get to one final question. Brantley Connor from YouTube, Bob. Question, do you really think he could act so normal before, during, and after? I know a lot of evidence looks bad, but it's hard to believe he could act so normal while killing a wife/son that he loved. What's your thought on that?
Well, again, we get back to how he could act so normal. I've seen people act in so many different ways, and I've watched so many investigative people say, that's suspicious to me the way he's acting, or that's suspicious in the way they're not acting, and they're wrong about it. So, I mean, look, it's very, very difficult to plan something like this, try to get away with it, try to answer questions, try to make those questions make sense. And usually defendants make a mistake along the way here. But right now, we're not necessarily seeing anything glaring. So when it comes down for, guys, listen, I've been doing this for over 30 years. Half of my career as a homicide prosecutor. I've given up on the business of trying to anticipate how people react to startling and horrible events like this.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous to talk, to kind of go there, because none of us really know, and we don't know these people. The only people who can assess somebody's, actions or how they're acting, in my opinion, are the people who know them. We can just kind of project what we think or how we would, act in the similar situation. So that does it for this hour's question and answer portion. We really appreciate you joining us. I'm going to be signing off now. So thank you to Sarah Ford and Ronnie Richter, and Bob, thanks for kind of letting me crash your party here while we do this. So we're going to take a quick break. We hope you guys stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Oh boy. Just as I say, I need that caffeine. Oh, let's see. Maybe I could pull up during the commercial break here, just to kill a few minutes, my Facebook here and see if I can find my photos of some of my photos from my house fire and renovations. Let's see. Photos. Let's see. Oh, my photos, not photos of me. Okay. Let's see. Here is a photo of Eowyn and Galadriel. Galadriel is the lighter kitty in the foreground with shorter fur, and Eowyn is in the background. It's really rare to have them in such close proximity without a cat fight breaking out. Let's see. What else have we got? Looking down just a little further. Come on, it's got to be in here. Oh, it looks like I need to go a lot further. Here, oops, that's not very big. I need to find a better copy of that photo. Let's see. Oh, I know. We'll do some show and tell from when we had the earthquake early in the pandemic. Here we've got the Angel Moroni statue on top of the Salt Lake Temple, and he has dropped his trumpet. And here we see the trumpet down in the base of the tower. And here is a house which is, about a mile north of me. And they tore this house down. I thought they could just redo the facade and the chimney, but I guess there must have been more damage inside that was more extensive than what was visible on the outside. And let's see. Oh, no, that's the house. That's the chimney. Let's see. Oh, okay. Time to go back to, let's see.
Crime Network. My name is Bob Bianchi. We continue our coverage with the trial of Alex Murdaugh. Court is still on its break, should be coming back pretty soon. But let's take a look at testimony from earlier today when the defendant's son took the stand for the defense. Let's hear what Buster Murdaugh had to say about the 2019 boat accident, and we'll chat about that on the other side. I got an amazing guest.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was.
Oh. Okay, here we are, court again. Is the jury in, or? Let's see, I think the defense said he had an hour to go still on direct.
Bring them in.
So let's see, that would be 3:30. I bet that the cross-examination won't happen until tomorrow. I can't imagine they'll want to start. Well, I don't know. Let's see. 2:30, 3:30. I guess it depends on how late they go.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch, I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If I keep it pointed upwards. Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or weapon like this, that the shooter would have had.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of. I'll come down here so I don't point at you. Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you should probably be 5'4". But position me, tempting, but I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how would they hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Like this?
Yeah, and you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
Not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up?
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
slightly
that.
down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About like a little bit lower, no, about like that.
At the quail pen.
At the quail pen. So you can see if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down.
Or the short.
To put the barrel on that green line. So
if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's to knee,
right?
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", your hip is going to be about 46 inches. This will be about right here. It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? You can just shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" or 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally for me, where would
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right, about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the 2-shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Okay, so based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You mark that place on this sketch. where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body.
Right.
Just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, I mean, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's move on in our presentation, and I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this, and it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was,
next picture, please.
When I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about, Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room I set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay,
and then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it, obviously because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
And at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
that's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some, talk that, well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh. And what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the string going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was?
Objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had. And so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees, and then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete, or below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reamer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further.
Correct. It doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay. So now tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise. It's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now, when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So it's going to have at least a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called military standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection, how many rounds can they fire in a day, that sort of thing. So I just set up the testing, and in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, same ammunition involved in this case. We got 12 gauge shotgun, we got birdshot, we got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB is
decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. And the reason is because we can hear, the threshold of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical, so we make it a log scale. And what that is if you have a sound that 50 dB, 60 dB, that's how we normal. And then the idea is that like the background in the recording here, there's a little bit of noise going on, but when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound like 45 dB, we may not hear it at all unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it. It's just the same thing as you could be at a rock concert and the person beside you is trying to talk to you and you can't hear them, even though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high. They're talking in a voice like I am without the microphone, it'd be a dB. But your rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing and also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January 5th, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing on June the 7th, 2021. You have to take into account humidity, temperature, pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle from the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle. It's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay. Next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels.
Yes. So you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found, and then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry, because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble. right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. And eventually it goes away.
Next. What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that if you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
That is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots because you're talking in 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise, and you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it, and that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had, so I was recording the weather before and after the testing because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. Humidity was different.
But you've got tables and charts, calculations, it's physics, or whether it's
for the results of this, all of these modifications or adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house. It really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
That just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument was set up. Next. So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, and so I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at one meter, it's 165. At 2 meters, it's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on, because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's
this is
basically
to ensure that your response is, your recording, your calculations are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the MIL standard here.
Okay. What standard?
It's a United States military standard.
Yeah, you talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you used?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next. Is that a 300 blackout
Yes.
bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout?
Yes.
Next. That would be the shotgun?
Yes.
12 gauge?
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used?
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot?
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house. And what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Do you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to it. We put a movie in and I just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next. So What is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse, and then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot? The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. It's not hard to understand. But the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casing was found.
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay. Next. I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay.
Saying.
Okay, next. And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels. And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature. If there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55. A dishwasher in the next room is 50. And on and on. From
Okay.
Loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles, and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore. So basically your rifles, all the way down to a 22, which is like 143 decibel. But if you're shooting a rifle with a decent size cartridge, then you're looking at something from 160 to 165 dB.
Okay, next.
This is a similar chart of other people's work doing the same thing, and for shotguns. And basically, your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB, so not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter, but obviously 12 gauge still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically, the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people
have been doing. Okay, next. Okay, so you want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot. And I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right, stand by. So it was about 1 second before I said, all right. So you could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening for it. So what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on, there's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen?
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yeah. There were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
I've got just a few more questions. Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides, but I think we've covered the acoustics, unless you want to get more.
Well, I can, no, keep going. I don't think I need to do that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it? No, good. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence a printout of that. I mean, so, yeah.
No objections. Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Thank you, indulge just one moment. Okay, now let's go to one last matter. And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, this, I guess, all mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This is the, any objection?
Just a question.
This graphic created under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, which is 142. Yeah, here we go. So we offer 141 and 142 into evidence. Any objection?
No objections. They're admitted.
So, I'm going to use these copies. And that's 142. Okay. Hold on to both of those. So 141 is speed from Moselle to Alameda. I guess maybe we don't have that on the computer, do we? Let me put this on the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please? And okay. So what does this depict?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th?
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay. So, two things. You look at 141, and you look at the time. You look at this correlated. At 9:07, has Mr. Murdaugh left his home?
Well, actually, the one that you've got up is the return trip, I believe.
That's right. What did I give you? 142. About that one. That's 142. Which one do you want? Good. That's on the same sheet. Is that better?
Yes, that's that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, but then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there.
Right.
It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over. Back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 9:07 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. And they have not have already. So this graph starts at 9:07, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 9:07?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid 40s.
Didn't slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road.
Correct.
Was actually accelerating a little bit as he went through there. Just like, I think 42 to 44 or something like
Objection,
that.
testifying.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Is that about right?
Objection, sustained.
Okay. So as he drove past, I think you testified that, where Maggie's cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road, tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he stopped or slowed down?
No.
Okay. Now, so you study physics, or you actually testify about physics. If someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle, and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection, beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Response.
Yes, sir. He is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car?
Any objection?
Okay. Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. Though low beams, modern low beams, which will be on you. You're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
What about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around. It maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alec Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents. It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes.
You do it all the time?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alec Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for that line of question.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You have looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie at that GPS location?
And again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Same thing. Calls for speculation.
I overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Yes, they would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of his Suburban and directly in front of his Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels and the kennels. So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank you, Court is open for a moment. In your career in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics, objects moving through some sort of a trajectory, and then also what happens once they strike the ground. How do they slow down? Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55. So it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off, or whatever, on a car that's going whatever the speed limit, they're 45 miles an hour, and it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found, would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation. No foundation laid.
He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
You're all right. Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
Permission to what?
Approach.
Let's all stand for a moment. Yes, you can come forward.
We're getting a little contentious here.
Anna, you're both great trial attorneys, and I'm dying here. Let me start with you, Krista. Krista, I'm here. Here's my cell phone. Whoa! It's going to go at a 45-degree angle. I mean, this man doesn't even know how much a cell phone weighs. We haven't even answered these questions. Talk to me, Krista. Talk to our viewers.
You have to lay a foundation, step by step, the questions on which you base your opinion. You can't just ask the ultimate question, and that's what Dick Harpoonian is doing here. He's saying, would the cell phone rotate? Boom. Well, of course it will rotate, but how do you know what rotation it will be? You have to consider a lot of things under the laws of physics, not only the weight and size of the cell phone, but also
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle, like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble, unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees?
Sure.
And when you say tumble, it would tumble, correct? It'd move head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen it doesn't have to be a phone, but any
object,
a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might even slide.
One last question. One line, I just forgot this. You looked at the data on, the speed data on the Suburban returning on the night of the 7th from Alameda to Moselle, correct?
Yes.
And the state mentioned that there are a couple of times where his, or at least one time where his speed goes up to 80, comes back down, or tell us what's happening with those peaks, the 70 and the 80.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 142, this graph represents the speed. So the higher the peak, the higher the speed. The sharper the peak is the smaller amount of time that he spent at that speed. So like the one in the middle that goes to 80 miles an hour is just for just a second or so, a couple seconds, because each one of those blue lines represents 3 seconds. So what that shows you is that he does reach high speeds on the return trip, but it's not for a long period of time. And that's why basically the average speed of Mr. Murdaugh coming back to Moselle is about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just a up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back from Moselle.
That's correct. Right. That's correct.
Right, not from Moselle. From Alameda, I apologize. Beg the court's indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Did they say they were done with the direct examination? I was working on typing something, so
car washes are a beautiful thing. You get to experience each step in an automated process. In our businesses, we have processes just like
let's see. I was just thinking about something. Oh, anybody following the young woman claiming to be Madeleine McCann? I was watching a short video. I think it was from Evil Exists, and it shows a photo of her and her mother, and they look extremely alike. And so a lot of people are saying, I don't think we need a DNA test to the McCanns. So I think everybody kind of gets excited when something like that happens, because we would all like to think that a miracle happens, but I don't see it. So let's see, maybe we could find that during this break. Madeleine McCann, mother. Okay. Let's see. It's the past day. It says Madeleine McCann's parents agreed to DNA testing. Okay.
The woman, claiming that she could be Madeleine McCann, has really been taking the media by storm. I even saw her picture on television and news reports. She is getting a whole lot of media attention. Her family is not happy at all, and they shunned her. She even shared some text messages, in which her mother tells her she will sell the house and not answer any calls from her, because of the embarrassment she has caused. Honestly, I'm so two-minded at this time. She definitely wants a DNA test, and says that the McCann family contacted her for one, but there has been no official statement from them at this time. I guess it makes people skeptical because this has happened before. It's not the first time someone claims to be Maddie. It was only said that a family member of the McCanns spoke to Julia, but who that family member is a mystery. Who even knows if that is a real family member, or just someone looking to stir things up? Now, this is what I need to talk about today. This photo is going around on TikTok. Apparently, Julia posted it on the I'm Madeline McCann Instagram account, but quickly deleted it once people started saying, she looks just like her mother. That makes me question a lot. As many of you know with social media, nothing is really gone forever, is it? People screen grabbed it before it was deleted, and have been sharing it on social media platforms. This shows Julia's picture, and the other woman is allegedly Julia's mother. Now who sees the similarities? The word going around is that Julia is definitely her mother's daughter. Some are even saying that DNA is a waste of time at this point, since she looks just like her mother. What do you guys think? Drop your thoughts down below.
Let's see. Trying to go back. Okay, what do people think? Yeah, I agree. Okay, we've got talking heads on. Let's see. You're replaying video.
I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion and the jury has seen a 12 gauge Spinelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized. So it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy and in the box it came with a sticker and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way that's your gun.
That's right.
Anna Yum, when I was listening this morning in my office, I actually took my pen, star, and asked my producer, Alex, to actually pull this clip because I wrote gift to prosecutor. I even tweeted about it because the blackout, the replacement blackout rifle, remember the family guns the prosecution said are the killing weapons here. But the father, Alec, had one made to give to Paul as a replacement, and his brother has never seen it. I said, gift, don't cross-examine, because that means that man that we're watching at right now had that gun and knows where it is, and it wasn't given to his son Paul as a replacement. That was my inference. What do you say?
I absolutely agree. And I do the same thing, Linda. When I'm in trial and I catch on to something that's really important, I always put my stars, huge stars, next to the point, because the prosecution was right not to touch it. When you have a good fact there, leave it alone so that the other side doesn't have an opportunity to try to fix it on redirect. So I thought that was a huge point for the prosecution. Although it was subtle, it was very huge because, of course, this witness is saying, he never used that gun. I never saw it. So, of course, the logical conclusion, well, who has dominion and control of that replacement gun? The only person it could have been is Alec Murdaugh. And I fully expect that the prosecution is going to argue that in their closing.
And I can see we're all shaking our heads. Yes, and you're saying that, but I want you also all to hold your thoughts because we have our own Gigi McKelvey, who is out of court in this small break that we have. Gigi, you have been in the court all afternoon. How is the jury taking to this expert who seems to be, quite frankly, an expert in everything?
Yeah, I didn't know what else he was going to pull out of his hat, but yeah, he seems to be well versed on many subjects. Very attentive. They're listening to everything that the witness is talking about, and some visuals, which I think is good. This jury has had a lack of visuals, and so they seem to lean forward, really want to take a good look when they are afforded visuals. So I think they're just doing as they did with the state, doing their due diligence and listening to both sides.
Okay, so Gigi, I have a visual. I borrowed from outside. I borrowed a level. That's exactly 24 inches. Because it was saying to the jury that it looked like somebody no bigger than 5'2", because their kneecaps wouldn't be above 24 inches, could shoot that gun. But outside, we took our own Brian Buckmeyer, we took me, and all I had to do was like bend down a bit, and there was the same angle. So did you see the jury moving around when they're listening to that?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, perk up at certain parts of the testimony. And I don't think it's a far cry to think that Alec Murdaugh was shooting guns from the time he was probably in pull-ups. So I'm sure he's well versed on how to crouch down and shoot a gun accurately. So I don't know that that's really a big mystery to anybody. There's possible, as much as he hunted, that he could get in some awkward positions to make the shot if he needed to.
Or not awkward positions. I would imagine the jury's thinking, because there's a lot of hunters out there. Anyhow, Gigi, I know you have to get back into that courtroom. The judge didn't say how long the break is going to be. Thank you so much, as usual. You are fabulous, fantastic, wonderful. I don't know what else to say about you, but you're great. And thank God you're ours. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we're going to actually go for a little bit of a break right now, taking you on a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back into that courtroom on the way on the other side, hopefully.
Now, I would like to know why Alex Murdaugh keeps doing these really bizarre mouth movements, and I'm hoping maybe some body language expert will address that, because I just don't understand it. Oh. So, let's see. So it would be 3:30 there. So it sounds like it's right around when the direct examination was going to end, but they're having a break. So it would seem like they would be starting a cross-examination, but I didn't catch the word saying that was what was happening. So I'm a little uncertain here. Okay, let's go back over to Facebook here. So here is my kitchen after the house fire. This is the corner cabinet, and there's the microwave and the spice rack. And here is the kitchen sink. And let's see. Oh, close up of the corner cabinet again. That's under the kitchen sink, and here is where the fire started. There's a bank of drawers which is missing here, and it started with spontaneous combustion in the bottom drawer where the kitchen towels were. So let's see. Here is the debris field outside of the kitchen window. They were tossing all of the stuff outside. They pulled down the ceilings to make sure there wasn't any fire up there. So a lot of this is insulation from the attic. And a little bit wider shot of and all this here is insulation which has come down from the attic. Another shot of the debris field. Nope. It's I'm trying. Oh, let's see. That is a shot into the laundry room and the kitchen door going outside. And there's some of the stuff out in the debris field. Oh, there's the stove. There's where the fire started. And the cleaning products stored under the kitchen sink, which probably caused heat to generate. And there is the floor. I think that photo may have been taken accidentally. And here is where my new digs were after the house fire. So I stayed in a suite for a month. Let's see.
Charged with the deaths, killing, the murders, brutal murders, I would add, of his son Paul and his wife Maggie. But this morning, when the defense started their case this week, they led off with Buster Murdaugh. Why is that important? Because it reminds the jury that he too is a victim and he is also supporting his dad. But I want you to listen to what he told the jury in court this morning when he learned about the deaths of his mom and his brother.
You know, June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
Krista Ramey, while we wait for court to resume, let me ask you this one question. Buster is still alive. Does that play into the defense that indeed this was retribution for the Mallory Beach boating accident, that Paul was really the target and maybe Maggie, the wife, was ancillary, that just happened to be collateral damage?
I don't know. I think that is a question for sure, but I also think that him not being there is easily explained by the fact that he lived in Columbia and spent his time in his apartment there or with his girlfriend, which was established. It looks like that he was just not around. And it was Paul and his mother that was. I think the more likely explanation is that he was spared because he wasn't involved in the Mallory Beach boat accident. And it was Paul that his father was angry with.
Now the moment of truth. Are we done with the correct examination?
If you bring the jury.
jury is present, sir.
Hey, yeah, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony. Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, in failure analysis.
And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on a website, we really don't advertise, but definitely on my CV.
The website.
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does company-wide is civil litigation. And so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good. And your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Okay. Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
All right. And what's your how much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
Oh, Lord. A lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here. I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents, studied pictures forever. Got ready for trial. Of course, that took a while. I would probably say that I have, somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50? Is that your estimate?
I would think so.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yes. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No, because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases. I have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant, but I've never worked for them directly, like say a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? Which one? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship collisions before, so I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably within a few months of that accident, and I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree? Engineering is a field that is based in science. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is. You form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you might say, well, I think this. And then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Okay. Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the context of giving opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms, how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case where a person was through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum, and the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors, and I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar. I had a case one time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock. And then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling, and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
And those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course, people in my office.
With your office?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
You have any certifications along those lines whatsoever?
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. So is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then yeah, you can certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
Okay. All right, I want to start with the cell phone. I think we ended on the last slide. The charts. I don't know where those are. Yeah. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Sorry. I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just the raw data that was presented to me.
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well, can you tell me, I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I can show you in general. It's up to you. I mean,
well, this isn't evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
You want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
Just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as the car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay. And the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right. Well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated on?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get my laptop.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider. So I prefer to work on this.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific date on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at this. That's where it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right, does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
Let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you identify it on this chart?
Well, I mean, this is a really big file.
All right,
And
ask the witness, please answer the question.
well, I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized, so let me just look at it for you. That way I'll know the answer.
Can you point it out on this chart without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop?
No.
Okay. Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on. You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
And can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. You can use that. And I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 142, and same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Switch to the PowerPoint, please. All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of a window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of a car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like, let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road. And then 57 feet later is the phone, right? So you could make a pretty good determination the phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G. That's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but just
Answer the question, interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably.
All right, next question.
All right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Well,
variables.
Right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. You know, if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way, but you would need more information. So it's, you know, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different information to get to get like if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone tumbled down the street? Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
So you'd need to know the energy thrown, the energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yeah, so the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
That wouldn't matter?
No.
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? It's a completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
Okay. And while this may be obvious, I'm going to show you what's been marked, or what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 230. I'm sorry, I keep doing that to you. Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States, sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
I'll just do the field flashing. And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Mizell?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of it.
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then near at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered as 232. Different angles. That look like the same road to you?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right, on the side of the road.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
All right. when you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily for like OSHA related things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now.
It's the sound studies?
Yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms where, say, somebody gets backed over with a truck, audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory. Like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance? So
And would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work and it maybe relates to OSHA?
No, this was a murder case.
Oh,
So
the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
no, the other ones, I mean, typically are going to be civil litigation where, you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible alarm that's, loud enough, or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint of your defense exhibit. For the defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143. All right, if you could please to page, I believe 75 or exhibit 76. Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue over to exhibits. If you just fast forward for me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1, just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition, what kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay, and do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right, if you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a lawyer, the lawyer, Jim Griffin, provided the 2 weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office, his name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert, but
that's fine. Yeah. All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you go. All right, this reverse one, please. Thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition. That's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but this is a similar load.
So similar but not the same?
That's correct.
And not the same manufacturer?
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly different.
Okay. All right, if you would please continue to Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
Okay. And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
All right. All right, if you would please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Mizell. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
in a room?
Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And we've
if
heard
it's 10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you've got the radio on a little bit. The train horn could be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it. Because again, that's twice as loud or twice as soft.
And if sound's relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert, how did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background. So it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense, are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound tests?
The sound tests were January 5 of this year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures. If you wouldn't mind backing it up to Exhibit 14. It's the closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture Exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically, this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later?
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
It will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up, too. It's like I said before, it's like a big half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably obviously did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make correction for the trees, but it was only, I think it was 1.7 dB, if I recall. But so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever the tree height were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's two. Let's just call it 2 decibels. And what I'm talking about is, background inside the house. If you had the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 25, please. It would be toward the end, forward. It's a chart. Yeah, the next one. Next one, if you wouldn't mind, this chart. Okay. What's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner at 3 meters and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel rating on that?
70.
It'd be 70?
Yes.
And you said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower?
Well, the lawnmower is at 30 meters, which is, that's, 100 feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to? Extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me? So at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that to 1,024 feet? Could you do the math?
Yes, I have that. Well, it's actually a slide, but I've got the chart, if you give me a second. So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet?
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the basic
Okay, so because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels beginning at 3 feet or beginning at 3 feet, and then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet, and those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house, it's in my other report. Inside the house, it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
All right. I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside the house. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet. If you extrapolated that out for distance, what would the decibel be? Just lab setting. What would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it, but if you take 3 feet.
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
That sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind,
North Valley.
what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. I'll
what the
make
chart
a note of it. Okay.
It says jet flight at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Thank you. Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly, if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards? Yeah, you have to keep going. Just the first part of this. There we go. Thank you. All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with the a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't, please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45. It's going the other way, towards the end of it. Right there, or 44 is fine. All right, so I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
You said you, correct me if I'm wrong, you can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right,
And
and I didn't
down.
do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Well, not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also tested shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window maybe 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard, how much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
You don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches, well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for
read
tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up, and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that. Okay. So because what you have here, you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There's a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened. Was a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right, so how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through it? Did you analyze it?
Well,
did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big. And so
You got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward. 2 slides forward. What's this big thing here at the bottom? That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I accounted for every pellet except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the.
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the window got shot with buckshot and there's 1 missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions? That
Yeah.
you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
We're
The
going to
line
get to
here,
them.
we got.
I object to that question. We're going to get to them? That's what he said?
All right. Well, of course, sustains objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. That's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through a human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right, is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility. No other possibility. Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today. Okay. It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
Okay. But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because, again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
You are sitting here opining about pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. Okay. That's simple math. Okay. It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Exhibit, I don't know what page this is, Exhibit 81 or 80? All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
All right, I'm going to ask you about use of Faro. Are you the one who actually operates the Faro equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
Every what, sorry?
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael Whitley, who is a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described Faro as the as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say that it's not actually a time of flight laser, it's a phase-based laser? Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know?
I don't know.
All right, beginning at, just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Faro report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud, and Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
Okay. And next exhibit, please, exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you tell me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right. So that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
And I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. And if you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
Probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your ferroscan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. If you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the quail pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside, is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your Faro images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here, and these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet, that was added after the fact. That's not part of the ferroscan, is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right, and I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the ferroscan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer-assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right, if you would mind scoot forward to where we start with these green lines. There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit, it doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out. Is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line, and then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope, so it would be the top line.
Going forward one. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the quail pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset. So the hole in the quail pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line, by definition, establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying, is lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, obviously from what I can see that in mind, okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay, so what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. And it's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back them up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Hey, answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
12-year-old. Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pin. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, the bottom of his hand is gonna be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there, the line where the barrel, according to you, is?
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. Uh, 39.6.
39 inches?
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go. Inches right there.
Yeah.
If we back it up 10 feet, what's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet, 3 feet, 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here, okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, Soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about 47.4.
47.4. Let's see. Is that about right?
Yes.
I can bring it closer.
Yes.
40, you see it?
Yes.
Here? Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you. If you wouldn't fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right. Right. Yeah. Right here's fine. That's good. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear. You talk about casings. It's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing and the gunpowder inside the casing. But I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle. But you have no training or experience in that other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene in the night of the murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
But is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. And that's kind of the whole point is, it's like, for instance, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it
that
couldn't
that
be.
is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think as I've tried to get across today is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that two 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals, that's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
Just to be clear, I'm going to move to exhibit 50, I believe it's 53, right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door, so that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours.
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically?
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference?
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think
All
I've
right.
explained that.
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
Anything further?
Sorry.
All right, well, let's stand while we're indulging. Okay.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said is it not a variable to you? Trying to ask this as clearly as possible. Sorry, strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
So much to straighten out. So let's deal with his last questions. About these variables. You're an expert. I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
The bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So all the, where, you know, well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so, did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any.
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line. Based on the SLED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the dog, from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though there, I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
Trying to cut to the chase, I apologize. Question about the number of pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those for just a moment, please.
Okay.
Let me see it, please.
Right.
Any objection to putting together?
No objection.
Elma. Opposition to evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Let's go page by page. This is a page one, and then we'll go through. Okay, how about take it down a little bit? That's okay, that's fine, that's fine. So, what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page, okay? What's there, that shadow? What's that about? Okay, so tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets?
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the top page, please. Okay, and so what happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G are projectile entered the interior window. Defect A is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information that you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean, there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence. The evidence been listed. So there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be, what is that? What does that cover?
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the doghouse was, there was the entrance defect, then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered, and then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I1.
I and I1.
Yes.
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the. You know, I'm just reading. I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor. Protractor and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle. I think was off a degree.
A degree,
right,
based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective.
Objection, commentary.
Could she had a better perspective than you did than what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop wall. Defect J and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. The flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2, was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and then,
that's 3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again, for the reasons
and that's
I've
why we
stated.
see the 2 paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. But about ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated pass through a person or a wall or anything. Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that passed through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one. What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay. One's from inside, one's from outside? Or
yes.
What? Okay. Yes. So there are 7 buckshot. And which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside.
Yeah. Maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1.
What does
which
that
would
say
be
at the
the
top?
upper leftmost.
Exterior side, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
So I went through B1.
okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of
22.
22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leading room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected because.
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and?
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not. And then also went and took a look at the physical evidence, and I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alec Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you use for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, did it make any difference?
No.
Objection, no basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to answer? I'm sorry. Was he able to
Yes,
answer that?
objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All of the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house, and I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters.
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level, you would just. I don't want to. It's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. In other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, as long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SLED, that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a
Objection to the leading.
Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any Faro did they do? Faro computer generated? Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, again, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that. What if any trajectory computations did they do, SWED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you. And as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable.
Objection to the leading room stand.
Sort of, one last question. Was there anything to prevent SWED, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did, anything preventing them? Do they have any, what if any obstacles were there to SWED or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So,
Objection to the leading.
Thanks, Mr. Stain.
Outside of the record.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objection to commentary.
Objections.
Apologize to the court, Your Honor. Based on your calculations and based on the assumption that somebody would be holding the rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you could operate that weapon, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alec Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be on anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 Blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
You step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Looking at it's almost 5:30 now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave, since it's taking you a while to get up.
Oh boy, your phone held out. So according to the defense, we've got some pygmy warriors who are assassinating his family.
Be in recess to 9:30.
Okay, so that was painful. Let's listen to a few minutes of what the experts have to say. Maybe is it Gigi will tell us whether the defense or the jury was having their eyes glaze over as much as I was at times. What? No commentary from the court people. I guess they didn't do that the day I was at the dentist office. Okay, well, if that's it, I guess we shall sign off for tonight. And maybe I'll catch a cat nap. They're escorting Alec away. Ugh. Okay, well, same bat time, same bat channel. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.